Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Chaos Protocol. I am so excited to see all of your digital non-existent faces in the chat of Transplanar RPG, whether you are tuning in for the infinitieth time or the nothingth time. We are an all-transgender, people of color-led, dark fantasy, actual play channel telling stories set in an original, non-colonial, anti-orientalist multiverse. This means that our worlds are not escapism and our ideals are not fictional. We must stand against genocide and ethnic cleansing and support all oppressed peoples of this world struggling against injustice, imperialism, and colonization. We must use our voices to build solidarity and fight for the worlds that we wish to see. So to that end, free Sudan, free DRC, free Palestine, abolish ICE until there is nothing left, abolish the Imperial Project until there is nothing left, land back to all indigenous peoples across the globe, and may we all see liberation in our lifetimes. Thank you. And thank you all so much for showing up to support our series. It's time to get chaotic. If you're watching this right now, you are witnessing the live recordings of Arc 4 episodes, can you believe it, 29 and 30. 29 and 30, it's the penultimate episodes of Arc 4. Oh my goodness. We are currently co-streaming on Twitch and YouTube Live at Transplanar RPG, and all VODs will be hosted afterward on our YouTube channel for your viewing pleasure before eventually being uploaded to Vimeo and the Internet Archive. But first, please allow me to reintroduce my fantabulous cast for the second to last time for this arc for the evening, starting with our very amazing special guest star for Arc 4, Dare Hickman.
Hi, hey, hello, it's me, Dare Hickman, the internet's resident punk puppy girl. I'm glad to be here playing Zinnia, a very normal person who is doing well in the sense of everything happening. I'm going to throw it over to Val.
Hi everyone, I'm Valiant Dorian. I see we're lying today. I use he, him, his pronouns. We find we all do it over the internet at Valiant Dorian, also Spirit Bear. Please enjoy that lovely treasure I just set you on. And tonight I have the distinct pleasure of playing Sayir, who uses he, they pronouns. Gonna pass on over to Pop Pop. How you doing, Pop Pop?
Oh, me, Kai, I'm doing great. Zynon, we'll see. Hi everyone, I'm Kai. I use he, they, and she pronouns, and I am back tonight playing Mr. Zanin-esh, who uses he, him pronouns. I'm gonna pass it on over to our singular, hopefully present and alive chronologist, Sam.
Yeah, I hope she's alive too. Hi everyone, I'm Sam Star using she, they, and the occasional they pronouns. And I have the distinct pleasure of playing everyone's favorite chronologist, Lumira, who uses she, her pronouns. What's going on, boss?
It's me, the boss baby. To start off our announcements, as usual, a big ol' thank you to our two major sponsors for Arc 4, Hero Forge and the Working Families Party. Hero Forge is a website where you, that's right, you right now, can design and print your very own custom miniatures. They also recently offer 3D printed custom dice. That means you can put anything you might be able to create in Hero Forge into the clear material of this die and still get a perfectly weighted chunk of math rock.
Visit Hero Forge
today. You can put a frog in it. That's right. You can put a frog in it. Go to bit.ly/transforge to check it out. Just click on that link. Clicking on that link helps us a lot. As for the Working Families Party, they are a progressive third party in the United States building a multiracial coalition of working class people to make our communities a better place to live in for everyone. You can take an action to effect change right now by signing their petition to break up big media companies and join their mailing list at bit.ly/WFPtrans. Again, clicking on that link is extremely helpful even if you're unable to sign up for that mailing list for whatever reason. And finally, a big ol' thank you to Chepeku for letting us use their beautifully handcrafted illustrated scenes for this arc, as well as a big thank you to Explain Trade and Dimitri, as well as Frivolous Bear Studios and Paul for being our amazing channel-wide sponsors. Over to you, Dare.
Thank you, boss baby. There are only a few days left to back Force of Extinction, our physical game system for Arc 4. Play as survivors confronting mutated predators, scavenging for resources, and investigating the apocalypse that destroyed your world. Also, I, the internet's Dare to Dream RPG, am thrilled to break the news of a special pledge tier when you and 3 friends can play remote one-shot with our very own GM, Connie Chong. If you ever wanted to fight/flirt with an emotionally unavailable Butch NPC, or be menaced by an evil Connie critter, now's your chance. Oh my god. To back the game, use exclamation point system or go to bit.ly trans FOE live. I'm going to pass it over to Val.
Thank you so much, there, folks. Imagine a fuzzy blanket covered in the eyes and wings of oblivion, a mug proclaiming you as a star student of Professor Chung, a pink beanie with "Ooh" on it. You can procure these fine objects and more, all gorgeously designed by, let's say it with me, our husband. Excellent. And you can do that by using exclamation point merch in chat or going to transplanerrpg.shop. And while you're shopping, consider nabbing a custom chaos dice set from Die Hard Dice. These math rocks are Drakeberry Purple for Zynon, Smoky Blue for Sair, and Splintered Gold for Lumira, and Faded Pink for Sing. Grab them while they're still in stock by using exclamation point DHD or going to bit.ly/transdhd. And with that, I'm going to pass it on over to Kai.
As always, a massive thank you to our Patreon precepts for helping to make our show possible. Thank you to Azra, Brooke, The Bow System, Elvira, Mainman13, Mark J, Necessity, Robert Burke, Rose, Sergeant Danes, Spectra, Spencer, Taylor, Travis L, and Zoe. You too can support us starting at the $3 USD a month tier and become one with the Transplaniverse. I'm going to say that right next week. One with the Transplaniverse at patreon.com/transplanerrpg. Sam, what did happen last week?
Well, I'll let you know. Last time on the Chaos Protocol. The Tears of Fiyumi stride forward into the future. Yinghe tattles on Strike Team Nova to Zinnia, and they watch Oblivion leap forward in the sky. In the aftermath, they make a plan to build their own shuttle to escape the planet. Meanwhile, Sayer fends off Doom with the help of the Drifter as Zynon steps foot into the nothing. When he finds Lumira, she vents out her inward rage at herself onto him and refuses to leave. Sing points her toward the future and pleads with the both of them to help her find a way to get unstuck? Lumira agrees to go, and Zynon leads them back into the journey and toward the future. Use exclamation point recap in chat to read our full written recap document. And off to Connie for some self-care tips.
That's right, thank you for that, Sam. So, as always, a reminder that the Chaos Protocol is a dark fantasy actual play series that may contain content that may be triggering for some viewers. Content warnings for this penultimate episode may include fantasy violence, grief, mourning, death of loved ones, ghosts, complex relationships, interpersonal conflict, romance, survival and scarcity, environmental collapse, apocalypse, classism, surrealism, guns as weaponry, youth in dangerous situations, and discussions of the loss of children. No youth will be harmed in this or any other Chaos episode. And now, moving on to the title of tonight's episode, it is The Thread Shall Break, The End Defy. From Waiting for the Moon to Burn by Connie Chong. And with that out of the way, let's begin. The pathway, opened by the drifter through the threads between, is a phantom tunnel where space and time collapse beneath their own gravity. Filaments of argent sound effulgent strings that whine and bleed, shivering like a herd of naked sheep in winter's unyielding maw. Color, pitch poles, language, cascades. The arrow of time flays you from the current of the past and flings you back when you came. The tendons of existence avulse. The saintly channel blooms. And then you're here. In the future. In the present. The black hole is closer. ever closer above your heads. The proportions of the horizon invert. The sky is now 1/3 of it, and oblivion the rest. Sound loosens, sensations lessen, and everything fades just a little bit more. But you're here. You are existing. You have physical form, mostly in a fashion. What do you look like as you land 10 years back into the future? Let's start with you, Sayer.
Sayer, for the most part, looks like nothing has changed. He was not in the nothing play, not really. He was somewhere else. Some other possibility within possibilities in the threads and weaves of fate. But his defiance of his creator is clear, as soon as Sayer lands in a thud, we hear from his cranium the sound of metallic cracking from the base of his antlers, as his cybernetic antlers begin to do what organic antlers do: velvet and shed. And they do not fall off, but we start to see blood begin to trickle down past the wires of his cranium, down to the side of his ears, past his eyebrow, and the peeling off of the outer shelling of these antlers, exposing wire. Mm-hmm.
We pan across our view from Sayer to find you, Lumira. What do you look like landing 10 years back into the present?
It's a funny question, narrator. Because Lumira comes back in phases. When she first touches the future? Yeah. She can't really tell. No. It's still jumbled for her. So when she lands, it's not her physical form, right? Because her physical form was already gone by the time her soul was sucked into nothing. So it's starlight, just briefly glimmering amongst the horizon. You can still, even with oblivion taking up so much of the sky, the starlight is distinct against it. And then you hear water. Not an ocean, not a lake, but more of a puddle. And the puddle itself forms where you can assume is where the starlight of her essence is concentrated at before this water stills and shimmers and reflects and catches light in all these really wildly beautiful ways. And then that puddle starts to change. It turns gold. And then that gold takes a pink hue to it, almost as if it's rose gold. And slowly and surely, her body rises from this puddle, forming slowly from her head all the way down to her boots. And she stands in the middle of it, lacquered in rose gold, as her body tries to reconstitute itself here on this material plane. And then slowly, the color of herself starts to form under the rose gold, almost as if it's dripping off of her, like getting out of a pool or something. And the rose gold sits in the puddle at her feet. And she stands discombobulated, confused, horrified, and tired. And then like a sponge, that rose gold soaks in from her feet, shimmering up her shins, up throughout her entire body, glowing a bit where you know her tattoo in the middle of her chest sits, before it reaches out to her left arm. And that rose gold starts at her fingertips and stays until it reaches her elbow. She grips her hand, trying to feel herself. Death is so weird. Even in that amount of time where she was not in her physical form, she forgot what it was like to be in a body. So she stands there looking over her hands, trying to settle herself in the now.
Past the gleaming rose gold and the crackling velvet shed, we find you, Zynon. What do you look like 10 years back into the present?
It's like the camera is having a hard time focusing on him. It's blurry? No. He's blurry. But for once, Zynon Esh does not come through in waves. Not fractured, all in one. But it is the truth. As he steps through, shaking, looking, he's not even quite looking at the now yet, not because he's looking backwards, but because his eyes, one bright, glowing green and the other still holding just the last echo of molten gold, fades into a quiet, golden amber. As we see the consequence, the cost that he gave to stay in the nothing. There is no molten creation emblazoned into Zynon Esh's soul anymore. It is now simply cracks of gold, rehewn, remade. And that gold, the divinity that was in it, a price that he was more than happy to pay to be standing here. We see it holding together pieces of him, now all in one. Kintsugi, the art of remaking with gold. It isn't less because it was broken. It isn't less without the divinity. It is just who he is. And that gold spirals down his face, not hot anymore, but we also see the markings that he wore the day that we left here are faded. The green, less vibrant, the sweat, the tears having taken some of it and just not reapplied. And more than that, the skin that it sits on. Zynon Esh's body is at least 60% the dust of Keseki. reformed. And that blurriness, that tenuous relationship with being solid, never fully reconnects as Zainin Esh, the ghost that hasn't forgotten, that won't forget how to be alive, inhabiting his own body. Part of that also got shaved away, and he is still struggling to rebuild it, and so, like he did in the Wild Sea, but less and less, Zainin Esh just slowly releases dust where he stands.
There is earth beneath all of you, beneath your feet. Cracked, hard, real earth. There is the stink of life in your nostrils, sweat, grime, metal, electricity. To your right, a massive wall looms, blotting out the desiccated wasteland that lies beyond. To your left, a tall, rigid, translucent structure, Samishi Ereber's greenhouse. You are exactly where you were. Where you will be? When you first vaulted 10 years into the past. It is dark. Not just because of oblivion. It's nighttime, too. A pallid and faded nighttime with none of the neon sheen through the dusty storm that blankets the upper atmosphere. You hear a noise. A familiar noise. A mechanical whirring. You see the blinking of tiny alarms flashing against the window panes of the greenhouse, and you also hear light, frantic footsteps, shadows phasing over dirt, and rounding the corner, one red eye flashing is the Oracle, and behind it, Yinghe.
I knew it! I sensed him! Snova!
Zainin, Lumira, Sayer.
We made it. Ah!
Yinghe runs forward, silver eyes wide, trying to catch you, noticing the blood pooling against your temple, against your shed antlers.
And Sayer looks to Lumira and Zainin for a moment before it sinks in that they're here now where they had vaulted from. And he sees it. The pain, the toll that rests both on Lumira and Zainin. This was traumatic for all of us. For them, the most, probably. And Sayer steels himself a little more, and he will step up. We're back. And so much happened, and he puts a few facts together. Yinghe realized they were gone, of course. Oracle did, of course. But from the way they are reacting, it wasn't just a blip in a moment. They were gone for longer. How long has it been?
Yinghe is right by your side, fingers flitting over your arms, eyes wide with concern, noting the antlers, the blood, and when you speak, their gaze snaps back to your eyes, widening slightly. Days. A week.
Days? Week?
And Zinnia, that is when you arrive on the scene. Only a few footsteps behind the Oracle, behind Yinghe.
You're back.
Zinnia. Yes. They've been through a lot. I can give you the report.
She nods. You mentioned they have been through it. What radiates off of Sayer? that I see immediately.
He's been brutalized in every sense of the word. His antlers are bleeding. The cybernetic metallic plating is decaying, peeling off of him like velvet off of deer antlers, exposing wiring and blood. You could swear you can see layers of bone beneath it. And he looks exhausted. Like he has been in a fight that lasted for hours, days, a week. But he's standing firm. You see that his eyes keep flitting back towards Lumira with great concern, and then turns to the other side of his shoulder to look at Zynon. There's a responsibility, a sense of duty that he's trying to take on, even though he feels battered.
Her head tilts, I think, recognizing that there's been a lot that has happened, not just to you, but to all of you. And I think there is maybe a softness that slightly comes across her face. What happened?
We vaulted 10 years to the past. The plan was to find the ship, the Erebor ship, before it got split into parts, while it was still functioning, while it was still whole. And bring it back here. Somehow. And his eyes lingered to Yinghe. A lot unraveled very quickly. And Seer spares no detail. He tells exactly what happened. He doesn't spare any detail. There's no secrecy, there's no dishonesty, there's no way of softening what had happened. He explains exactly to you that they vaulted, lost control of Yinghe, and Yinghe must have left the vaulting process. Explains that Lumira was injured almost immediately upon entry to the past, and that they did it. They did it. They vaulted to the past. They were there in Keseki 10 years ago. They saw the Lodestar setting. They saw the people. They saw Azalis, Zidon's family. And that, of course, Oblivion came through. Of course, Oblivion followed them. And it was expanding rapidly, quickly. Things unraveled so fast. Lumira gets folded in on herself and pulled towards nothing. That he had to keep the door open, that they had to make a choice. And that it cost a lot. Sayer also doesn't hide his battle with Doom. My creator, my father, he really wanted to stop me. He spoke like he was a precept. And I did what I tried to do. I tried to keep my tether to Lumira as hot as possible. I protected it from him. I think he was holding back, though. He didn't fight me like he meant it. Not really. But at the end, Zynon helped to bring Lumira back out of that place, and I held the door open for them, and now we're here. And he looks up to the sky. And she's here too.
That is a lot. I'm so glad that all three of you are okay, that you're all alive.
I didn't
can't
think it was
imagine.
days. It felt like moments. It felt like eternity. It felt like
It's been 8 days, Zaire.
Yeah. You want our side of the story of what happened to us?
Please.
A gesture up to oblivion. Rapidly out of nowhere got much closer. Everybody panicked for a second. Sumishi talked everyone down. We, the tears I mean, pretty immediately decided that we need to try to find a way to get out of here. And we're standing on the shuttle. So might as well try to build it back. Didn't necessarily get everything we need from Sumishi, but it's something. And we're gonna try to do what we can. We've been sending out writers to try to find anything else, but we're missing that special something. Fusion reactor.
The power supply. The physical pieces of the shuttle Jack is doing a truly amazing job putting it all together, but we need a power supply to escape the atmosphere. Bakun's working on it, though, with Sumishi.
Okay. We're battered, we're exhausted, but I'm ready, we're ready. If you... And Sayre kind of like looks to Zinnia mostly in this moment. Eyes glazed with guilt, responsibility actually.
She puts a hand up the second you start offering to help now. Y'all are battered. Rest today. Tomorrow the work will continue. Okay?
Thank you. Yes.
And I think she steps forward, close enough to, I think, whisper. And I need you to talk to Bug. It's the one thing I need you to do today.
I will. I owe them a lot.
Yeah. It's been struggling without you.
And
All right.
thanks, Zinnia. Yinghe nods gratefully at you. You can see the worry and concern in his eyes as you step away. And Yinghe turns their attention briefly back to you, Sayre. Just thank you for doing what you did, holding the gateway open, fending off your father. If it weren't for you, I don't know if any of us would still be here. So thank you.
Yinghe, and there's so much between them right now. Awkwardness, the want and desire from Sayre to just pull Yinghe close and collapse. Deep inside him, that's what he wants to do, but they can't. Things are different now. They are friends now. That's what they're working on, trying to fix. But that trust, that honesty, that's always been between them. And as Zinnia walks away and Yinghe approaches Sayre and says this, Sayre just sputters out, Yinghe, there's something else.
What is
about Doom. He's not a domain, he is a precept. And when I challenged him, I heard her voice. Fate. I know that voice. I only heard it a handful of times in my life. I memorized it. It was her. She told me to save Lumira. They're connected. I don't know how. I can't fathom it. But they're connected. It feels true even if I don't know how.
Wow.
I was holding back.
Yinghe's
I can't do that
hands,
again.
cold, touch your knuckles. They're still bruised and bleeding from some fight, some time. And they say to you, "That's not anything. We have to figure out the beginning, the middle, and the end of right now." But I can tell
You're right.
it's a lot, and just like back in Inferno, when you first told me all of this, it was so hard for me to wrap my mind around the idea of fate as a person at your syndicate, and doom and fate, your father, your creator, and this, what I'd always seen and thought of as a river, as push and pull, gravity, I suppose. The cause and effect of one action leading to a consequence. But whoever they are, whatever they are, you, though you might have been made by Doom in some way, you are not Doom. You're Sayer. You are a person. And you get to choose how to walk that path now. Just like I've had to choose how to walk my path ever since getting here. But let's rest. I can tell you are exhausted, and so is Zynon and Lumira. She's glowing. I can get her to bed. There's a nice, dark, isolated, and private sleeping quarters down the hill. I think that would be good for her, for all of us.
Maybe leave a little light. Just a little.
Understood. Yeah, I'll make sure I do. Lumira, it's me. And Lumira, Yinghe approaches you. How are you perceiving the world right now? How is the fatigue and exhaustion weighing on you?
I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
She's not. Her eyes are glazed over, almost like almost like an amphibian's creature has like a second eyelid. Her eyes are glazed over. She can't really determine what is up and what's down, left and right. Her entire body feels like it just has like bags and bags of mixed wet concrete all over. And she's so unsteady when she stands. It's like she's trying to stay in place and keep herself upright, but she still lists back and forth, almost like a ship rocking in the night. Her hands are clenching and unclenching, trying to get used to this again. She hears Yinghe, and her eyes flit in their direction, unfocused on her, but she says nothing. And her eyes just slowly blink, as if they're trying to get reacquainted with light. again.
And Lumira, you are not even sure how you get from the greenhouse to the bed. Your weary eyes blink. Yinghe is beside you, silver gaze gleaming with worry and care, and then you're somewhere dark and cool and peaceful with a sliver of light pouring through, blinds parted slightly. There's a bedroll now, 3 inches from your face. And you collapse. Slumber, sleep, rest takes you. Zeinan. While Sayir and Yinghe and Zinnia were talking, it's like their voices are there, the words are floating in the spaces between you, but your edges, the sides of you, flaking into dust. Not hemorrhaging it so much, but your seams are now painted gold. There's been a break and a reforging, slivers of divinity holding you together. How are you perceiving the world back in the present now? And how does it drive you to take action?
Zeinan has looked backwards for so long. And being here in the present, it's like his head finally turned forward. It just took that one last nudge from Sing. Permission to walk. When Lumira said that she would go with him. And here he is now looking forward and painting the periphery. Just the seams and scars of so much grief. Overwhelming grief. Like he is under a pile of sand. Like every piece of dust in all of Kaseki sits on top of him. He feels the wounds that are easier to ignore when he doesn't think about here and now. The shot in his chest. The cuts from the fight with the cave skipper. He feels his body, but the way a ghost does. The pieces, the seams, the memories, the echoes. They still hurt. It's still his body. And when he tries to speak, just like his heartbeat, it is so far away as he tries to find his way back, and all he can hear is it echoing off of surface that he knows the names of. Pira, Doxa, Kaseki. But he can't look back at them anymore, even if he wants to, because above his head, when he thinks about it, is the looming shape of oblivion. And so he looks around, trying to find a handhold, like reaching for a ladder in the dark, trying to pull himself up. And as he does, he lets his feet wander. He sees the beginnings of what he thought was impossible in Samishi's greenhouse. He sees the trimmings of families that he thought would never be here. But he also sees the fear that they have, and it is the pain, it is the shape of those scars yet again. This place is marvelous, and he found so much hope here. But at the bottom of the thing that would consume Kaseki, looming overhead, he still feels the hollow of the nothing. And his feet find his way to look at this world that he loves with eyes that can see it, truly see it. And it is dusty and broken just like him. And the horizon shattered, blurry. The trees dead, cracked, splintered like shocks from a hammer strike over the landscape. And at least here, the sound of Keseki rhymes with the spirit of Zainanesh.
Where do your ghostly feet take you? To absorb this new understanding of the landscape around you, to see the scars in your body reflected in the scars across the land. Where do your feet take you?
Even though it was truly terrifying, now that it is settled and quiet, he goes back to look over the place that brought them here. The field where there is a distant sign warning of hazard that he feels like should be emblazoned on his own self. Danger, there are dark things nested here. And he looks over the field of the glasswing butterflies.
On top of the wall, then. Perfect perch. The closest place in this once valley, this once volcanic field, to a lookout tower. Your eyes fixated on that dark structure in the distance, the warning, the omen. And for some time is so funny now that you've left the slipstream of it all. For some time you sit there and you feel the breeze gusting over your riven skin. Both a physical breeze and a psychic one through the spirit realm, lightly touching the golden cracks of your soul. And then you hear a voice. That's my spot. And it's a statement of fact. And an instant recognition of the pain, the grief that weighs so plainly, hangs on you like your hat. It needs no introduction. And Azalis Raid is standing next to you, their shadow falling over your flaking form. And then there is something that you haven't experienced from Azalis in 10 minutes? Years. Openness. Because now, impossibly, Azalis Raid sits down next to you, looking out at that same dark structure.
And I think for the first time since returning, Sinan breathes out. It doesn't feel like he's been holding his breath. He is a ghost, but at the same time, it's like he took in a deep breath in their home and let it out here, beside them. And suddenly, that feeling of resonating in the landscape pales in comparison to the clear note of two songs that are meant to be played near one another, harmonizing. They used to sit and talk and talk and talk and look at the landscape and the sky and the stars. And here, not just because it's Azalis, Sinan realizes he goes looking for armor to protect himself from a sharp jab, that scorpion sting. He doesn't have any to grab. Obliterated somewhere in the last 8 days. Or maybe by the buffeting of winds from the last few months. Or maybe it was fake the whole time. But they're here. They're here. And for the first time since reuniting with them, he can hear them. How was it?
Where were you?
Traveled in time. We traveled in time. We went back about 10 years. I saw her.
And this time, they don't even have to look to your left and to your right to know how it all unfolded, how it ended. And this time, the look in their eye. It's not hard. It's just so sad. And Azalis Raid says, Did she look well? And there is a tear unfolding from the corner of their eye, traveling toward the scarred point of their jaw.
Tears are the first breath of moisture that touches Zainin Esh's reconstituted body. But they are tears that aren't lonely. They're shared. Same tears that Ozal cries. Yeah. Yeah, she did.
Good. It's only right for her to be happy, healthy. She looks happy when I see her too. Everywhere. All the time.
Zainin, just as Ozal has, takes their word and remembers that long blade of grief that he stepped into in the Rivergord trial. The joy in the pain of seeing her there. And he remembers to look for the ghosts.
And as soon as you do, Zainin, you see her. You don't discover that she's there because she's been there this whole time, Zynon, this entire time. Little legs swinging, a breeze rustling through translucent hair, sitting next to Ozalis, playing with the ends of their Yima scarf. And she sees you looking at her, and she's not surprised, because she's seen you this entire time. She's been with you this entire time. And she offers you a small smile, and it's just like Ozil said, she looks happy. She looks healthy. And Ozil can't see her in the same way that you can. Zynon, no, this is a gift. A gift of a time beyond death, of a sliver of emptiness inside your soul. Ozil cannot see her in the way that you can, but Ozil can feel her too, in the way that matters. They're nodding as the tears are streaming down their face, wordlessly looking out at the dust and the darkness.
With a face covered in tears as he cries away the last of the grief markings that he's worn every day since he left Keseki. The ones that he donned for a world that was dead and for people that were gone beyond his understanding. He cries them away, never to return, because none of that is true. Here is the world. It is in Ozalis's face. It is, yes, the dust in his bones. But it is also his daughter, who has been with her parent, her Amma, this whole time. And all of that loneliness that Zynon Esh has listened to since before you even went to trans. That empty howl of the wind. That rustling that never stopped. It's quiet. Because he has what he needs. Here, the edge of a field full of glasswing butterflies. Even if there is a ford between he and Ozalis still. To hear their song. To feel that smile, that wicked, smart, brilliant smile. His family. His home. It's always been here. In the future. In the present, in the place that he didn't look. And he can't find more words for Ozil. Because he's simply happy to sit here and offload some of his burdens and share them.
Beyond the wall, you see a spot of color you haven't seen on the surface of Keseki since you crash-landed here. White, like clouds, like mist from the city of heaven. And you realize what it is. It is the ghost, not of dust, but of the dirt, of the water droplets that used to be here, an echo, a memory of moisture, and rising up out of it, you see the ghosts of glass-tail butterflies, rising in a murmuration, translucent, catching what little light peers through the needle of nothingness. And they flutter around Doxa, and Ozalis Raid, and Zynon Esh, and Doxa. And Doxa smiles wide, and she stands up, And she steps up into the sky as though balancing on invisible, unseen platforms. And she's laughing. And she's playing, reaching her hands up toward these departed razor kites. And there is so much memory, so much grief, so much love around her, and you see the truth of it. You're a ghost girl blooming from dust. She has never been alone. Never. The ghosts of everything and everyone who have ever lived and died on Keseki is right beside her. And so are you. If only you turn your eyes toward the present and look.
The ghost. The ghost just sits, watches his ghost daughter, and smiles.
Azuli's Raid speaks. When I left the steading, back then, I did what I told you I was going to do. I found a shuttle, a launch site, some handful of miles, a dozen, maybe two, away from the lodestar. Found it, marked it on a map, turned around, found my way back. Through the dust, through the storms. And when I got back, Stargrave knew who dug it, knew what happened to her. Knelt in the dust for a long time. Then I got up and tried to find you. Looked everywhere I could. But I didn't. It's like you weren't there at all. Like you'd never existed. Of course. Piero was gone. Dom was gone. It's just me. So I walked. For days, maybe. I don't know. Months. Walked and walked. I found myself on a shuttle somehow. Going off-world. Then I found him. Dom. My fate brought us back together. Told him about you. Told him about her. He told me about Piera. We tried to make things work. We really did. Or maybe we didn't really. Maybe we didn't really because it was too hard. Hurt too much. Because being next to each other was like terror.
burying those wounds open over and over and over again. I couldn't do it. And then I met Selma. Woman from Tani, just like us. Ain't that funny? Never met her. Till we were both ghosts away from home. Got to talking with Selma. Got to building with Selma. Before we knew it, we were leading some kind of rebellion. Thousands of cells, Simon. Thousands of cells. Tens of thousands of members. It just kept growing, kept happening. We were stealing from the lords. Breaking shit down, building shit up. Trying to make things better, trying to make things right. That's how we met Zinnia. By chance, really. She was working alone. We just so happened to run into each other. We just so happened to run into each other. On a mission. Had the same target. Some sector lord. Zinnia got him through the head. But I got him through the heart. We figured we ought to recruit her. And I guess she was amenable to that. "8 years, Einan. 8 years. Did a lot of things off-world. Killed a lot of people. Saved a lot of people. But truth be told, didn't feel a damn thing. Didn't feel any of it. Like I was a dead person walking. There is one thing only, that I could hear. 8 long years. Keseki calling to me like a lighthouse in the dark. A song I could not refuse. Vengeance. Buddha Erebor killed my home. Killed her. The one thing I ever wanted. The one thing I ever felt. The one thing that kept me rooted to this place, kept me rooted to her. I begged Selma. Finally, she said yes. So I came back to heed the call, do the mission. Lay our girl to rest, Zidon. Guess that's moot now.
No. No. You survived. There wasn't a body there because I died. And I went. I swear I thought I had died and gone. And he looks up to a void, to the nothing, to where when they laid out on a blanket in the field, there were stars. For so long, there's been dust, and now there is just nothing. And still beyond that, like seeing spots when you come up from being deep in the water for too long. He can see the stars now. Maybe they're razor kite ghosts. Maybe they really can see. And Zynon begins to tell Azalis Raid slowly the unbelievable story of being outside of the journey, of being in trance. He explains from the beginning that he died and that he is now this. And as he points to his body that is still sloughing off dust, it doesn't reconstitute, but it doesn't feel so scary this time. And he doesn't feel so lost looking at it. He doesn't speak of how he might have ties to Zinnia before. He just tells the story of losing another daughter and how it almost broke him. And he will make sure that they say goodbye to theirs.
So, guess you really are a dead man walking. We really aren't so different. Never have been. We've always
Too
been
stubborn.
so similar. You can never hide from me, Zynon. Never. But I was the same. I can never hide from you either. That's why it pissed me off so much.
But what you've done... What you've done is... fight. For our home. And so that 1,000 other daughters will have a tomorrow.
I guess. You're the man who just can't die.
And you're the person who just doesn't quit.
I couldn't even if I tried. And I've tried. But I just can't help it.
It ain't in you.
No,
And I like
it's
that
not.
about you. I always have.
Ozzel snaps their gaze to you, full-faced all of a sudden. Eye full of tears. Emotion cracked open. And you see so much in that look. Love. Sadness. Anger. Fear. Hope. Then they say to you,
Zynon, if you're gonna haunt me here, then you better haunt me, fucker. Because you don't get to just up and leave again without a trace, without a word. I can't do that again, I can't. When I saw you back here on Keski, it tore my scars right open, broke me all over again. And it broke me even harder when you were gone again. So if you're gonna haunt me, then haunt me, fucker.
And Zynon takes a moment and listens. The thing he did not do 1,000 times when he was trying to get Ozal to pay attention to him. He wasn't actually listening to what they were saying. But this is something he can do. I will be there. Because that's the thing about ghosts. And he says, looking past them, to Doxa. I never really leave. But that isn't something I get to choose. I will never leave you, Ozalise Raid. And when he says that, it isn't just about love. Not in the romantic sense. It is because a piece of them is forever a piece of him, and a piece of him is forever going to be with them. But more than that, all those years ago, not just for you, for Dom and Pyrrha, for Doxa, I will promise to be moved, to not just cling to the dirt beneath my feet, to listen.
Ozalise Raid releases a breath they've been holding for 8 years. It's what I need, Sinan. It's what I need.
What I need to. What I've always needed. And there's an apology in the smile, and it will be one of 1,000 apologies to come.
And Ozalise looks back out at the horizon, their eyes through at Doxa and the butterflies playing in the space beyond, in the space within reach. And they say,
Things are pretty bad here right now. To be honest, I don't know if we're going to make it off of this planet. I don't know if we're gonna be so lucky again. But if we're going to die, we're gonna die trying. And before whatever happens here, there are some things we need to settle. Dom came back.
What?
He came with a bunch of people to water, supplies, resources. He's not here in the garden, but his people are. He left to get you. Took an outrider. Made for Haruna. He'll be there. I know he will. So before whatever happens here happens, we need to go get him. And we need to say goodbye to the city. Bury what needs to be buried. And come back. Help. And try.
There's a lot of work needs doing, it sounds like.
There's always
Part of
a
that.
lot of work needs doing. But we've never shied away from it.
Yeah. But part of that is also taking Keseki with us. And when he says that, he doesn't quite know what it means all the way, but in it he means to take the ghosts, the stories, the memories, and hold them all as they leave.
Yeah. That's why we're here. The rest of them, I mean. The archive wasn't why I came here. But maybe it should have been.
It's funny how fate works.
It sure has a sense of humor. Well, if you're gonna be here, if you're gonna haunt me, if you're gonna move, if you're gonna stay, I guess that's that then.
I am just gonna sit here a while longer, though.
Me too. It's my spot after all. And we pull to black.
We stay on this darkness, this nothingness. There is an emptiness to it, yes. Hollowness, a void, a lack, where there should be something, anything, everything. But there is also a peace to it, a rest, salvation, enlightenment. And it is from this dreamless, empty slumber, the very first memory you have after setting foot in the Syndicate, that you wake, Lumira. And though there is still fatigue, there is still exertion, there is still exhaustion clinging to your soul, the dreamless, empty slumber does center you more than you were when you first came back to the present. You are more aware of your faculties, your thoughts, your body. And when your eyes open, you see a domed ceiling above your head, made of wood, some sort of plasticine material. There is a curtain to your side, slightly parted, letting in a ribbon of light falling across your face. You can hear commotion from the door beyond, people talking. In the near distance, loud noises of what sounds like construction work, drilling and banging. You're alive. You're awake.
I'd rather be asleep. Not just because I'm still tired, but being back, it's so loud. She can hear her heartbeat in her chest. She can hear the blood pumping through her veins. The sound of her breathing rattling her chest. Everything is loud. And And I don't know if you know, but traveling through time is very overstimulating. So she has nothing. Just like her first memories at the Syndicate, that was nothing was her first memories. So that sleep and nothing being there, not a thought, dream, anything. She's had enough, so she is silent. I think as she's coming back to herself, everything comes back. Not just the vaulting, but what she did. What she did. You know, it's a lot easy to have smoke for people in situations that you're separate from, you know? But when you have a hand in it, that shit hits different. So she just lays there in absolute silence, and the dark, her eyes stay closed because now nothing is almost comforting. So she just lays there, doesn't move, doesn't make a sound. She just lays still. So she's still trying to tether herself here.
And like the moments after your first memory, one of the happiest days in this young man's life was the day you came to trance. Bright halls, two curious children peering in on the newest child. Large hands peer back the drapes as Sayer bends low, almost trying to avert his antlers, but Lumira, you can tell. You can see the dried blood beneath his fingers, some of the peeled up bits of metal plating. This man has been picking at it. Terrible habit.
One she's told you about multiple times.
Doesn't stop him. But in his hand on the other side, he brings in a bowl of rice and grilled vegetables. Way bigger portion than you would normally eat. As he peers in, he looks at you. Morning.
Uncharacteristically of everything that she's been through, Sayer, she smiles. Because while nothing was her first memory, she likes the second one just a little bit more. Because after she first woke up from nothing, her first memory, the second one was staring into pink eyes, staring back at me. So this time when she wakes up from nothing and she sees your piercing blue ones, she grins.
There she
Try.
is.
I feel like I've been hit by a truck. What
You
is that?
probably were.
Probably.
Rice, veggies, better than the rations we've been having for I don't know how long anymore. And he sits cross-legged. He holds the bowl like close to you while he sits by you. You need help?
Yeah. She admits softly.
You're not gonna eat lying down. It's bad for you. And he helps you up to sit up, and he props whatever bedding and pillows or blankets so that you can sit propped up. And he begins rifling through a bit of cloth, and he unfurls chopsticks, snaps them, and begins mixing up the rice and veggies for you. Did you sleep?
If you can call it that.
What does that mean?
It was just nothing. Void. Empty. Darkness. Nothing.
Like where you were before?
She's been playing with the chopsticks, picking through her food. First she settles it down, the bowl in between her legs. At this point, she's sitting cross-legged. Yeah. It's just like it.
What happened?
She puts the bowl to the side of her seder. She does something she's never done before. She curls into you.
Hey.
Clinging to you almost as if you're literally the only thing that's keeping her grounded here.
Hey. I'm here.
And she takes a shaky breath. And then what comes out of her mouth next? The truth. All of it. Starting with being sucked into nothing. What it felt like, what it looked like. And she was there. Sing. I spoke to her. Her voice warbles and wavers. As she admits this, you feel the anxiety pouring off of her body. Her body is tense. You can feel her shaking like she's trying to keep from doing it, but she still can't.
Theo holds you close. Of course he does. Thumb running across your shoulder. He hears you. He is quiet, but you know he is listening. But you feel his body stiffen for a moment when you say sing. When you say you spoke to her. When you say saw her. Did she speak back?
Yeah.
Was she real?
Yeah. As real as one could be. There. I don't know. She said something. It doesn't make any sense.
What doesn't?
When we leave, we're supposed to go into oblivion.
Yeah. Boy, nothing.
That's not where we were.
Looked like nothing to me. If I knew. And he swallows his words. He thought he knew a lot of things. Then where were you? If not nothing.
Some in between? Singh said that they've seen a couple people come through, but they've never been able to interact with anyone till me.
So
She's been there the whole time.
stuck.
That's what she said.
Why? Why?
I don't know. All I know is that I got sucked up, and next thing, let me retake that.
I got sucked up.
Menace. You're a menace.
I'm so hot. Hold on. And not in a good way. Like, I'm actually, like, physically, my temperature is up. Like, I'm sweating.
No.
Okay, hold on. All I know is that I was taken, and everything that I thought I knew, everything the syndicate impressed on us, that's not where I went, and that's not where Singh was. She needs our help. She misses you. She misses you so much. She's been alone up there for months. I don't know what to do. And I'm too scared to do anything else right now.
You're not supposed to do anything else right now. Alright? You have one job right now.
And I fucked it up.
No. And Thayer feels a tempest of feelings. Of Singh, of these revelations, her being sucked into nothing ends. Let me take that again!
Lumira,
So you're a menace.
Transplanter RPG is a very serious show.
Such a serious dark fantasy show exploring grief.
Listen, at least you didn't say there's stuff oozing pussy.
Nope.
What?
What?
Arc 1, Second Stranger! Real, Anyway, I'm sorry. Please
I'm
continue.
X-carding that.
I wish I could CC in the green room right now.
Yeah,
being
see,
like,
just going-
What the fuck? What the fuck?
No translators know the reference. Anyway, please, I'm sorry for derailing.
No,
our own
you're
show.
so good.
Go ahead, Val.
There is a tempest of feelings inside of Sayer. About Sing, about her being stuck in nothing, nothing and everything now have to be debated, and that's too much, it feels like, but necessary. He can't think about that right now. He can't center or feel his grief in this moment because there are much larger things that we have to reckon with right now. One of the biggest of it, what he has to talk to you about, Lumira. The words, the questions that he bit back and swallowed the entire time we were in Kesiki. Heck, even longer than that. So many questions. And so he thinks on Sing and holds it in the back of his jaw and unfurls something else. We can't do that again, Lumira. I don't know how chronology works. I thought I did. I know there's a cost, and he looks pointedly at your arm. I know it can do powerful things. And I know that sometimes it does things that we never expect. Like when you left us that one time here. I don't know how chronology works except the fact that we are forbidden to do it. And that's not good enough. That's not good enough. We were so lucky. And he holds your hand as he's saying this. We're so lucky. I defied doom. And he stopped fighting me and went after the thread. And even then, I think he was holding back. And then your friend, your person, the second set of fangs in the Red River. I don't know who they are, but...
The Drifter?
And now he has a name.
You can see it? Too?
She came to me. She gave me time. That was a fluke. I don't know what brought her to me. I don't know what laws she is working with. It was lucky that I was in the in-between space of the journey, that I could bring violence back, that I could do things that I've never done before. Did.
Lumira looks the smallest you've ever seen her. She just curls further in on herself.
Look, I'm not... And he holds you tighter. I'm not berating you. I'm not blaming you.
I know.
I'm not strong enough to do that again. The next time that happens,
I can't do that again.
Sayer softens. nods we are at an understanding, he can tell.
It's I didn't I knew. I didn't know this. I don't do this without knowing.
I know.
I wanted to help.
I know.
And
I know you do.
I made it worse. And that's on me. And I brought y'all into this, and if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even been able to get back. And the death of everyone would have been on me. I didn't tell you the truth. I didn't tell you the rules. And I think part of that was because I knew you would try to stop me. I knew it wasn't the smartest decision, but I did it anyway. And
Mira.
That's on me. No, don't.
I'm not. I won't. I can't take that from you. Just like I can't take back what I did.
Can you promise me something?
What?
She grips your hands, interlacing your fingers with hers. We tell each other the truth. And the whole truth. From this point forward. We can't afford another one of... And she references to around us.
Swear it. And you must trust me enough to let me stop you.
She brings her interlaced hands to her lips, presses a kiss against them. So I'll start now. Rule 1. The longer you stay in the past, the future hasn't happened yet. And the more likely it become that it never will. You have a finite time in the past until your future disappears. Rule 2. The more you change the past, the more the paradox strays from the threads of reality and makes it harder to return from where you came.
The paradox being the vaulting.
More or less.
Okay.
3. You can only travel through space as far as you'd be able to make it in real time. That confused me too. So, essentially, you're only able to move, you're only able to show up in a place somewhere that's within a reasonable distance of where you can get to in that amount of time. So say if I was taking us back 5 minutes, we would only be able to show up in a spot that we would have been able to logically get to in that 5 minutes.
So you could not move between planes unless you had the amount of time necessary to vault.
To move between them, yes. In the physical sense. That's where things get funny. And 4, there's more, and I'm still wrapping my mind around it, but you can't vault into a future that hasn't happened yet. That's why Rule 1 is so dangerous. The longer you stay in the past, the more you change, the more your future. And her fingers kind of refer to it going away.
Lumira, you see something? In Sayer's eyes, something's clicking. And there's a memory. So much had happened that he had cast this throwaway line far, far away until this exact moment. I won't let it happen again. That's what Doom told him. And Sayer looks at Lumira. Doom said something to me when he was trying to stop me.
Hmm?
They said they couldn't let this happen again.
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 Lumira, as Sayer reveals this strange line from Doom, on the heels of you imparting the Drifter's lessons to the Son of Doom. There is a memory of a gut instinct you had, was proven wrong. When the Drifter was telling you these lessons to begin with, when you were first internalizing the rules of vaulting. For you see, and this is the truth of it, the rules of how the journey should work, how powers and magic ought to be, have never truly applied to you, Lumira. Fate herself had to bind your magic, to make it inaccessible to you. Fate herself, no lesser force, could have even attempted to do so, and yet, did you not unbind those threads? Did you not remake them yourself in the Bloody River and tie your soul to Seir? Chronergy, this forbidden magic, is that not a rule of reality as well? And yet, your existence, your calling, your magic by itself breaks that rule. Up until this point, for you, Lumira, these rules of how time magic should exist, how it should work, they have been mutable for you. You have been able to accomplish things no one else in the Syndicate, in the Wild Sea, in the City of Heaven, in Inferno, on Keseki, perhaps even in the entire journey, aside from maybe the Drifter, has been able to accomplish. So yes, when the Drifter was telling you these rules, and when you rubber banded back to the present, and when you sat on it and thought about it, and even when Zynon asked you with hope and love and grief in his eyes, there was that feeling, that gut instinct in you that had risen. And yes, there was the tempering of logic and reason that you had discarded, had shoved away. But even if you had not, the gut feeling would have remained. The knowledge, the belief in yourself, that you could do what others say could not be done. Bend the rules. Make it work. For Zynon, out of love, for him, for his grief, for Keseki, this beautiful, desiccated planet. And you learned firsthand that these rules cannot be broken. Not even by your hand. This is an insurmountable wall that you crashed into at 1,000,000 light years a minute. And so, as you impart these lessons to Sayir, you tell him what you had to learn through trying, through failing, a failure you did not know was possible until you were faced with it. Because you'd never been faced with such a wall before in your life. And now, as Sayir speaks, saying what Doom said to him, he could not let this happen again. The paradox of it all. There's a crackling of it in the back of your head. But just like what you learned from Sing in the nothing plane, in the empty, both of you stuck in different ways, by different hands. You because of Sayir and the thread that binds you, and her because of course. And yet, there are little paradoxes everywhere. But still, the truth confronts the two of you now. In the lucent dark of this sleeping hut, that both of you are much too powerful to be dishonest with each other again, to let this happen again. For when power explodes from the hands of the Son of Doom, and from the hands of one of the most powerful chronologists the journey has ever known, it is not only themselves and the people they love that feel the consequences, but all the threads of reality. The sounds from outside grow a little bit louder. The banging increases in frequency. You hear whirring and machinery churning and moving. It's time to face the day.
You need to eat. Okay? Then rest. I will do what I need to do.
Can you stay? Just for a bit, please.
And Sarah stays a little longer, for a handful of moments longer, before he must be taken.
And the curtain behind you swishes shut, leaving just a sliver of light across Lumira's face. And we're going to go to break there. Thank you all so much for tuning in so far. We're going to be back in just about 10 minutes. Enjoy the fan art reel. Please take a bio break, grab some water and or juice or caffeine, whatever it is you need. Grab a snack. Enjoy the sponsor reel. And Pisho. See you in 10 minutes. Nerds, you know what time it is. Sponsor Connie time. For Arc 4, we're collaborating with the Working Families Party, who are building a multiracial coalition of working class people to make our communities a better place to live for everyone. You might be thinking, why does a political party care about a queer tabletop show? As it turns out, the Working Families Party believes in the power of fandom to effect positive political change in the real world. So do we. As a transplanered, you're no stranger to just how political our show can be and how our stories are never just fiction. In fact, let's take an action together right now by signing a petition by the Working Families Party to break up big media companies. This cause means a lot to us personally as indie actual play performers fighting censorship, telling authentic stories, and resisting authoritarianism. Go to bit.ly/WFPtrans and add your name to the list. By signing this petition, you will join the Working Families Party's mailing list and receive opportunities to help them organize, educate, and fundraise. So let's build a better future together. Howdy, Transplanerds. It is, once again, Sponsor Connie time. Arc 4 is proudly sponsored by Hero Forge, a website where you can design and print your very own custom miniatures. But you already knew that, didn't you? Because the spectacular Hero Forge has sponsored us every single arc so far. We've stuck together through all sorts of exciting updates, like Hero Forge Pro, statuettes, color-printed plastic, premium plastic, but now, it's time. It's time for one of the most exciting Hero Forge updates ever. Custom dice. Hero Forge is now offering 3D printed custom dice, where you can put literally anything into the clear material of the die. Each die is printed in the same layers as the item or character bust inside of it, resulting in a solid, perfectly weighted chunk of math rock. You decide the size, color, and shape of your die, the size and color of the numbers on top, and, of course, what the die contains.
Put a frog in it.
Don't die-lay. Visit bit.ly/transforge to design your very own custom miniature or custom dice today. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the back half of the penultimate session of Arc 4 of the Chaos Protocol. Before we hop right back into things, as usual, a reminder of our content warnings. As the Chaos Protocol is a dark fantasy actual play series that deals with content that may be triggering for some viewers. So content warnings for this back half may include fantasy violence, grief, mourning, death of loved ones, ghosts, complex relationships, interpersonal conflict, romance, survival and scarcity, environmental collapse, apocalypse, classism, surrealism, guns as weaponry, youth in dangerous situations, discussions of the loss of children. No youth will be harmed in this or any other Chaos episode. All right, you can always look at these content warnings by using !CW in the Twitch chat, or by scrolling back through the chat in the YouTube live chat, where our incredible mods will be copying and pasting these content warnings for all to see. And with that out of the way, let's get right back into the session. Samishi Ereber's greenhouse is a spacious and stately structure. But with this many people in it, it feels smaller than it's ever been. Bigger, too, in a way. Alive. The committee stands beside a long, dry fountain. These are the lead organizers of the garden, who work closely with Samishi on all manner of projects. They carry out day-to-day tasks, direct longer-term initiatives of construction and survival, and serve as the liaisons to the wider community. The committee is comprised of a robust mixture of ages and backgrounds. There are, of course, the elders of the garden, who sit in wheelchairs and lean on canes and walkers, talking amidst themselves in low tones. There are leaders, chosen by the community itself, who have distinguished themselves by virtue of their skills, their experiences, or their ability to make sound decisions, communicate ideas, inspire hope, and resolve conflict. And finally, there are representatives from each group that came to the garden together. Families seeking refuge, individuals who have persisted on their own until now, strangers who came together in the name of survival and are no longer strangers to each other anymore. And then there are you, the Tears of Fayumi, Strike Team Nova. Everyone is here, everyone is represented, is in the know, because this meeting is crucial. This meeting decides the fate of the garden. A committee member is currently speaking, an elder with green scleras and bright orange irises. She is addressing Samishi Ereber, who stands by her workbench, and for once, Samishi is not multitasking. Her hands are still and folded in front of her lap as the elder talks, and Samishi's gaze is focused. The elder says, "The committee is ready to share our official recommendation for apportioning vital assets to the construction of the shuttle. This recommendation comes after hearing researched arguments from the Tears of Fayumi and considering the needs of the garden. Samishi-san, so that
the Tears and those who wish to leave might find reasonable success in their venture, and so that those who remain might still survive, we recommend that the garden provides no less than 50% of the engine's power supply.
And at that, the Tears react. There are low murmurs from Saral and Dr. Wu. Libra's mouth twists. Begun lets out a slow, steady exhale, and Jack lifts their head and speaks. We are grateful for any help at all, but to be frank, 50 is not enough. 50 would barely get us out of the troposphere, maybe if we're lucky. We need 75. 80, at least. And even then, we are hanging by a thread. The elder looks sympathetic, but her words are firm.
We appreciate the difficulty of your situation, but this is the committee's final recommendation.
We have faith in Samishi-san to guide us out of the unknown,
as she always has, as she always will. If Samishi-san says she can keep us safe on the ground, then we believe her. We trust in her. But ultimately, the decision is hers.
And with that, all eyes turn to Samishi. Her face gives nothing away. She looks at her committee, then widens her gaze to take in all of the folks gathered here in her greenhouse, in her garden, her home. And finally, she speaks. My gratitude for the recommendation, Oba-san. I have given this matter a great deal of thought, and I have reached a final decision. And on that, we flash back to last night. Zain and Esh, in the time between your conversation with Azali's raid, your much-needed sleep, you had made another venture into the future. Your ghostly feet and ghostly heart led you to this very place, to the greenhouse that is Samishi's stomping grounds, her workshop, her refuge. Inside, as expected, you found Samishi Erebor, working late, as usual. Even before the dust came, you suspect she worked late. Does the woman ever sleep? And you see her now, a ghost in her own right, hunched over her notes with careful, fervent dedication. Even from here, you can see the crease in her brow, the furrow at the side of her mouth. Samishi Erebor is many things indeed, but she is not a fool. She knows that that thing that is not a black hole will spell disaster for her home. And yet, there is hope inside of her, and yet she cannot help but persist. In this moment last night, how do you reach out to her?
Zainin left many things behind in the past, but one that is here with him now is a resonant call. The one that actually called him to turn in the first place, to see Lumira and what would become of her. And he can feel that thrum, that beating heart. Endings. And when he finally stops walking, he watches her work and watches her think and looks up past the ceiling of the greenhouse into the nothing that he knows is there. It ain't getting any smaller.
Without turning around, She's known you were standing there this whole time. Sumishi replies, "That it is. By my calculations, a few miles per second."
I know that staying feels noble. I have been in those boots.
Her hands still over her notes, listening to you, but she does not yet turn around. And she says, "This is not a matter of nobility, or honor, or pride, hubris and ego. No, those are the things that defined my husband. No, I stay because I know exactly what I am capable of. And I know that this is what I owe my home, what I owe my people. A chance at survival. So long as we still breathe, there is still hope. We can still make this work. I can still save Kesuke." And as she speaks, you hear so much of yourself in her words. Yourself from 10 years ago, yourself from 10 minutes ago. But now you're on the other side of it, looking forward in a direction that Sumishi has not yet guided her eyes toward. No, her eyes are down on the work, on the past, on a world that is already gone, already dead. It just hasn't happened yet. And she's too smart not to know it, but still it is that hope that makes her think, makes her believe maybe she could do it. She has to. It's where her heart lives.
There is nothing but respect and resonance in Zainin with Sumishi Erebor, someone that he thought he would despise on meeting. He can feel that pain, that fear that drove him to not leave the Lodestar, to deny his partner's calls to go with them, because he was afraid that it would hurt her. And that promise, that awareness that he gave Azalis that he would be moved, he hopes here and now to get just a glance from Sumishi towards the future. Because he knows from what Azal told him and from what he saw how hard it has been to get that engine. And if they are going to get off this world, which they are going to get off this world, they need so much more than someone who will close the door on a dust storm and die there. My heart is also here, in this earth, in these roots. I respect that. And I was ready to come here and try and save them. To bring back the green, and he looks around at the greenhouse that feels still so incredible to see. But inside of him, a seed has burst in green and begun to grow. Kesuke is not the dirt beneath our feet. I learned something traveling with the tears, getting to know them. Dr. Wu, Saral, they're here to take Kesuke with them, to remember our stories, to bring it to the Lord so that when someone says, "What happened to Kesuke?" it sings in the stars. Stay or leave. That's up to you. I can't make that choice for you. But that engine, the one we came here for, and it hurts just to think about. It stabs him deep in a wound that he has barely looked at. That will help us make Kesuke live. Past tomorrow and the tomorrow after that, when suddenly the whole sky is black and you cannot think your way out of something that you cannot change. Samishi Erebor, this end is coming for you. I am just here to ask that it's not everyone's.
Her head stills, goes down slightly. You still can't see her face, she still hasn't turned to look at you. But there is something about your words that make her pause, make her think. Because you and her are so alike. And there is no one else in the garden that has just gone through exactly what you did. But it is exactly what you went through that allows you to connect with her in this moment. Is the only reason she stills her hands over her notes. And when she turns her head slightly in profile, you see the deep bags underneath her eyes. You see her ink-stained fingertips. You see the constant forward momentum, and you see Lumira. Fiercely intelligent woman capable of anything she puts her mind to. But here you're able to offer Samishi Erebor something you could not to Lumira because you did not know, because she did not know at the time, which is the knowledge of the wall. The wall that no mortal can surmount. No god, no domain, no precept. Lumira crashed into it, had to find her wings by falling. But maybe, just maybe, you can spare Samishi the cruelty of making everyone else here crash into it as well. And she says to you, her face in profile, I thank you for your words, Zain and Ash. I will think on them. You should go to bed and rest yourself. You look ghostly. She turns her head back to her notes and continues working. And now, a day later, we come back to the present. Samishi's eyes on you, Zainin, briefly, and then she softens her gaze to take in her entire community in the garden. And when she speaks, you could hear a pin drop throughout the greenhouse. And Samishi Erebor says, my final answer is, you can have the engine. Not 50%, not 75%. All of it. And at that, there are murmurs rippling through the greenhouse. The tears look at each other. Jack just looks shocked and then slumps in massive relief. Begun puts an arm around her shoulder, but Samishi isn't done. She continues. We will no longer be siphoning energy from the core, using it to power the garden. All of it will be apportioned to the shuttle project. We will rebuild the shuttle in full, the way it was. And the relief now that this is solidified, continues spreading across the tears. Yinghe like slumps and leans slightly against you, Zinnia. You see Libra's mouth untwist, and there are mixed responses from the committee. From the members of the garden, those that had decided to leave, of course, look joyed, but those who had chosen to stay look confused, uncertain, trepidatious. Conflicted feelings bubble upward. You feel the friction sizzling in the air. Samishi feels it too. And before panic or fear or uncertainty is allowed to take over, she offers clarification. And she says, very plain-facedly, not mincing any words, the hole in the sky is not a black hole. That much many of us had already suspected, but it is confirmed without a shadow of a doubt. It is not a black hole. The distortions, temporal anomalies, the bending and fluctuations of space-time I have been observing, those are not an event horizon. It is something else entirely. I am still not completely certain exactly what its true nature is, only that it is a contradiction in reality. It is not supposed to be possible, and yet it is here. Ergo, its arrival can only mean one thing. It is the end. And it is imminent, and it is unavoidable. There is no way to make it go away. From here, even from out there. No amount of hunkering down shall allow us to outlast it or outsurvive it. If we stay here on Kaseki, we will not survive contact. And believe me, contact is coming. It is not a matter of if, but when, and how quickly. And before the confusion can coalesce into fear, Samishi continues, funneling and sharpening that potential fear into understanding and action instead. And she says, which is why it is of utmost importance that we apportion 100% of the fusion reactor's energy to the shuttle project. Our top priority should be to help the Tears of Fayumi rebuild the shuttle, whatever it takes, on as quickly of a timeline as we can muster. With the engine at 100%, and my direct assistance, me using all of my energy to make this work, I believe that our new probability of success will be closer to 89 to 92%. Some 90 to 95 times greater than it would have been otherwise. There's kind of a beat at that, and there's like Jack is muttering under her breath, like spitting the calculations, and Begoon and those of you around her can hear her say, what, 90 to 0.98% before. Honestly, better than what I thought our odds were. And Samishi continues. Anyone in the garden who wants to leave is given the chance to do so. In fact, it is my wholehearted recommendation that those who wish to pursue a future for themselves and their loved ones should join the Tears of Fayumi and leave on the shuttle. It is a life raft, an escape boat. As for my committee, I advise all of you to spread the word. Let your families know, let your loved ones know, let everyone else in the garden know what this new plan is. Be gentle with them, yes, as you communicate this plan, but be honest. Pull no punches. Let them know the full context of what staying would mean. Though speaking of which, I will do everything in my power to assist in the shuttle plan, in the escape project. But I myself, I'm staying. Her people react to this there are noises of shock, overwhelmingly of protest. And we pan back to all of you as well to get your reactions.
Zynon watches, listens, and with tears just rolling quietly down his face of relief, but also to hear a voice of Keseki accept an ending that he thought had happened a decade ago. An ending that he called aloud last night. To hear it exist. There's grief and hope and gratitude. And when Samishi looks his way, he just tips a hat.
In that moment of eye contact between you and Samishi Erebor, you feel that same connection that you did last night. That frankly you did since the moment you met her. And you know, in so many ways you are the same. And that respect that you hold for her, she returns to you in that gaze. You too, Zynon, you have already passed with your world. And yet, here you are, your story living on. And you know that hers will too, in what she's built, in her people, what she's made possible.
And what he will tell.
And now we pan over to Lumira and Sayir.
Sarah only has one reaction. What a woman. He honestly didn't expect 50, 60, let alone 100. She is a savior, really, and she has always been.
Now we pan over to you, Lumira.
The only thing that comes out of Lumira is a breath of release she didn't even realize she was holding until Samishi spoke with her final determination. This can help.
Finally, we pan to you, Zinnia.
I think amongst all of the faces that are confused Zinnia's with that party, while there is a part of her that understands and knows what it means to accept this grief, to accept what remains, or not what remains, but what will become of Keseki, the place. There is a much more, I think, earnest, scared part of her that doesn't understand why someone would. And I think she is maybe one of the first here to raise her voice and say, 1 second, sorry, my headphones are giving me a little grief.
Just want to share in the grief party.
Homophobic.
Genuinely. This is home of phobia.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Zinnia in this moment, I think, raises slight objection to Samishi's wishes. Now, I understand, but why not have everybody come with?
Anyone who wishes to leave can leave. And again, it is my wholehearted recommendation that folk do so. But this choice of mine for myself, Keseki is my home. Keseki is all of our homes. But for me, this planet, I was born here, and I always knew I would die here. Here in the dirt, in the purple grass, in the ash of the volcanoes, under the gem-toned sky, cotton candy clouds, the chirping of raptors in high summer. Where I've lived, where I've grown, where I've grieved, and where I'll die. This is how I want my story to go. And if my story is going to end here, then so be it.
She makes a face. She understands still, but I think part of her is still scared about that, not just for Samishi, but for anyone who chooses to stay. But she nods, she relents, and I think she will accept, looking towards the tears. Any of y'all want to stay, or y'all coming with?
There are looks around at you as well. Everyone is nodding, affirming that they want to come with. Everyone except Dr. Wu, who steps forward and speaks up, and she says, I'm staying as well. And Soral's eyebrows shoot up. Her jaw parts slightly, and she goes, Professor, Dr. Wu, what? But there's so much work we still have to do. None of us can do this without you. I can't do this without you. The Tears still need your expertise. They need... And Dr. Wu places a hand on Soral's shoulder with a steady and warm smile. And she says, I have taught you so much, Soral. And you are also greater than the lessons I could ever impart upon you. Oh, I'm an old woman. And my husband, I met him here. And though we left this planet together, he died because of what happened to him here. I brought his ashes back to Keseki to lay him to rest. And this is where I will be laid to rest as well. It's what I want. I've always known it.
Zinnia's face goes a little dark, not out of just a pure pained feeling. The Tears are her family, and she doesn't want to bear with the grief of losing another family member. Not again. Not it's too much. And I think she bites down on her lip hard enough for it to immediately start bruising up. And she speaks. Doctor, I understand. And I think it would be selfish of me to ask you to come with us. Is there anything we can do for you? And I think she turns to Samishi, or for anyone else who chooses to stay. We owe you that.
That's very kind of you, Zinnia. I think the best any of you can do for those who choose to stay is to respect our wishes and carry our stories with you. And she looks over at Soral at that. You can have it. All of it. My research. All of my data banks, all of my holopads, my notebooks, my journals, my documents, my folders, my graphs and charts, my findings. All of it. Here, all of the work I've done on trying to make the dust bloom again. To bid water from a rock to squeeze life out of death. I am very close to figuring it out, and I have not the faintest doubt that you will be able to continue this research and ensure that this does not happen anywhere else. Because believe me, I know how the lords think, and this will continue to happen unless someone stops it. And that someone is all of you. So yes, please take and use my research. Learn from it, build on it, refute it if you must, poke holes in it. Certainly I will have no objections, but I do have one request, which is that you do not hoard this research as the lords hoard their wealth and their knowledge. That you disseminate it to the rest of your cells, to the rest of the people of the Abyss Fuyumi system, for your cause beyond the bounds of this world. And I suppose my voice and my memory and my heart will linger in the binary codes of my work. Sorrel nods at that. Eyes full of tears, she squeezes Dr. Wu's hand on her shoulder and says, "Yes, Miss Erebor, we absolutely will. And I will personally make sure that your research reaches the people it needs to reach. And we can build on it and use it to make the future that we know is possible." Dr. Wu smiles at her mentee. So much more mature. So grown up now. And then Dr. Wu's eyes meet yours, Zinnia, seeing the bruised lip, seeing the emotions being bit back, the strong front you're putting on, and the soft, deep grief inside of you. And Dr. Wu says to you, "Darling, it's quite all right. You're not failing me by letting me stay here. I need you to know that. You are letting an old woman choose how she wants her story to go. You've saved me already by bringing me back here. This is how my journey ends. With my husband on our planet."
I think for the first time that I think any of the tiers, with the exception of Azalis Raid, Zinnia cannot help it and cries openly in front of them.
Dr. Wu, so much smaller than you, gives you a hug around your torso.
She gives a hug back, and it is so warm. It is a type of warmth that I think Zinnia has both needed to give somebody else and needed for so long. And I think she just whispers to Dr. Wu, "We'll never forget you."
I know you won't. And she leans back, reaches up, high up, and cups your face in the palm of her hand, and she says, "And I'll never forget you either. All of you." And other members of the Tiers are, just like the name of their faction, teary-eyed, coming forward and resting hands on Dr. Wu's shoulder. And as this confusion that had almost bubbled into fear and then settled into understanding now diffuses into acceptance and surety, Samishi Erebor faces all of you once again and says, "There is an old saying here on Keseki, back when the world was green, that each tree that we plant is a promise to the next generation. A promise that we won't get to see ourselves. So go forth, spread roots, grow tall, and reach for the sunlight. We fade to black on this scene. And when light and color spill back into frame, we find the members of the committee, the tears of Fuyumi and Strike Team Nova spilling out of the greenhouse itself. People talking amongst each other, heading off towards the shuttle construction site, off to their families, off to their loved ones to spread the news, to make sure everyone knows. And we hold on you now, Zinnia, amidst the throng coming out of the greenhouse. And you see, a little ways ahead of you, Lumira, the back of her head, rather. And Lumira, what is the emotion that even from here, Zinnia can sense from you?
She's tense. Small. Small in a way you've never seen her. She stays off to the back, in a corner. Doesn't really make direct eye contact with anyone. The only one you really kind of see her interact with is Sayer.
Zinnia knows, I think, what this physicality means. And Zinnia wants to prevent it happening to somebody else. So Zinnia walks over, and I think almost a little blunt. And Lumira, what exactly is troubling you?
She freezes. You can tell in her body language that you probably were one of the people she was trying to avoid. She turns to look at you. Keeps her gaze pointed at your feet. I just want to help. That's all.
I mean, there's stuff to do around here, but that's not exactly what I'm asking. What? Sayer told me about everything that was happening to y'all. And I know that's not something you can just shake off and keep it moving. So I'm going to ask, what exactly is troubling you?
She's silent for a minute. Runs her tongue along her teeth. You hear jingling. The chain. She's fiddling with her pocket watch, clicking it. You can tell it's a nervous tick of hers. I can't seem to move past the fact that I made it worse. Brought it closer. I'm a healer, Zinnia. I'm a fixer. I fix things. I help. That is my calling. It always has been. But sometimes my calling is too big for me to grasp. But I still try. And that's when everything gets worse. I never meant for this to happen. I just wanted to fix. I just wanted to fix it.
I think Zinnia's face was already relatively warm upon walking over. After the conversation with Samishi and Dr. Wu, there's no, I think, hardness left in her at this exact moment. But I think it turns into an almost pained expression as some of the things you say hit her so very near and dear, so very close to who she was. I can't understand exactly with the weight of everything you're able to do, but I understand a lot of that feeling. I can heal people too. I have healed people too, and I have tried to help in ways that didn't quite work out, in ways that kept me up at night for a long time. And I think there's a soft, just pain in her eyes as she thinks about not quite being able to save Juniper. And she steals her face a little bit. But I know just sitting there in all of that pain is not going to help you. I'm not saying you can't wallow for a little bit, can't feel bad for a little bit, but it's going to eat you alive if you keep letting it. It's okay. You messed up. You made a mistake. You were trying to help and it didn't work out. What's next?
She lets that run over her like warm water. Lets herself sit in it. I lost my home too. To this. I was too young, and I don't remember much, but it was too fast before anyone realized that we had to preserve it, move it forward, take it from wherever it disappeared to into wherever we were going. So, what's next is community. What's next is hope. What's next is building whatever remnants of Kaseki are left and bringing them to the future. So that what's here won't be lost to time, oblivion. It's held in the people that still stand. So, I'm gonna show up in the way I know my mothers would be proud of.
Sinan. Outside of the greenhouse, you find Sayur. Sayur, what are you in the midst of doing as Sinan approaches?
Sayur's whittling. He's chewing over a million things. You've seen that look, Sinan, of this young man chewing over truths and revelations that take forever to parse. So he's sitting with a block of discarded wood, no doubt from the construction, from the project. And he's sitting there with a small knife. New knife? It looks brand new, newly forged, and is whittling away at it.
Zynon hasn't so much been avoiding Seer as just being fairly terse since coming back. The exhaustion among 1,000 other things, not knowing where to begin to have a meaningful conversation with Seer. And unlike before, where his avoidance of Seer was partly to be gentle, because he was so mad at Seer blindly killing. But here and now, it isn't about that. In fact, that is gone. That distance that he put between the two of you, he's been loitering closer, even though he has been quite terse. And you can see that there is momentum as those heavy boots, not stylish and gold-toed, just weighty, made to endure, step in the dirt before you. You, got a second?
He stops and he looks up at you. Yeah. Yeah.
It took me a moment to hear back what happened to you when we were gone. And as he says that, that dust is still just flowing off of him ever so gently. It doesn't seem to hurt, but it does echo a shared grief that you both have. A memory, a time, a place where he put a giant ford between the two of you because you are a lot like her. I owe you... No. I want to say thank you.
He's a little surprised, shell-shocked. He wasn't expecting any thanks. We all did what we had to do. That word feels like crystal between the two of us. And he nods, accepting it. It feels foreign for this young man to just accept something like that. Before he shakes his head. I need to be thanking you. I've been thinking. And he continues kind of like whittling a little bit. I asked you to make an impossible choice. And I know that. I knew it then and I know it now. I don't know what I would have chosen if I were in your boots. It was difficult. I had to make it, actually, a similar choice. Defy my father or save my family. Either way, I'd betray a family member.
Well, you're in luck. I didn't betray my family.
I know you wouldn't. I know you wouldn't, Zai. But regardless, I am sorry you had to carry that burden. To make that choice.
And there is no armor that he can put up to deflect it. to say no, to write it off. You see the tears well in his eyes. You made it so I could. Then you called me to do the right thing. You asked me. I wouldn't have had that chance to save all this if you were not stubborn, brilliant.
A redeeming quality, I suppose, in the end. Stubborn like you.
Oof. You should really fix that.
I'll hang on to it a while longer. You can't scare me away, Zai. You won't.
And we fade to black on this moment. Time passes. Days. Almost a week. The garden comes alive with activity now. As the news spreads, most folk decide to pitch in and join the shuttle plan. And the build hits maximum capacity. Jack is everywhere, directing folk, patching up holes that need to be patched, redoing the designs as more and more parts are added to the pile of supplies. And there are folk, of course, who choose to stay. Not too many, but they do exist. Most of them elders, or folk who have lost everyone. Made new family, new loved ones here, yes, but they resonate with the call to stay. To choose Keseki. To choose this version of an ending. These folk, regardless, also help in the ways that they are able, and it is amidst this hustle and bustle of the next week that we find you, Zinnia. How do you spring to action as the plan hurtles toward its conclusion?
I think one of my first questions is Yinghe with me.
Absolutely. 100%. Yes.
Yeah, I think Zinnia and Yinghe actually are sort of bouncing around, navigating what needs to be done between each separate group and segment. Because yes, Jack is handling this part, but is communication getting from Jack to other members who are doing different things? And I think that is a lot of what Zinnia is doing, sort of, I don't want to say micromanaging, but it's kind of what she's doing a little bit.
You're producing the...
She's producing, exactly.
Yes, you're managing. Very, very necessary. There are a lot of moving parts. Jack is many things. Jack is a great mechanic, a surprisingly adept architect of vehicles. They're not a great people person. They're not really good at managing folk, so you step in, and Yinghe is also not great at people management, but Yinghe is great at taking direction and doing what needs to be done if you tell them what to do. So together, you're able to act as the connective tissue between the doers and the people carrying out instruction. You work alongside the rest of the tiers, alongside Jack, alongside Yinghe, of course, and dozens of other garden residents to help build the shuttle, put it together. And there's this momentum that's going now. Everyone working and building in tandem, sweating under the unlight of oblivion, as this hollow skeleton of this massive structure, this shuttle, gradually gains flesh. We see it over the course of multiple days as people bustle, and we see a time lapse of a bunch of people moving and the shuttle coming closer and closer to completion. We see it gaining tendons and tissue and eventually a heart as the engine is connected to the shuttle. It is a massive object, completely encased in a metallic vacuum vessel to cover up the fusion of it all. It is easily the size of a building, and it has to be towed out from a kind of secret underground enclosure that opens with like a hidden panel in the earth. and it is towed outward by a massive, muscular overland vehicle. And even then, this huge truck sputters and groans and struggles to tow it out before finally parking this reactor by the construction site. And now everyone bustles around it and figures out how to hook it up and whatnot. But as soon as the engine is disconnected from the grid of the rest of the garden, everyone was prepared for this. Samishi gave warnings well in advance. The shield comes down. That thin membrane between nothing and everything was perhaps nothing more than the illusion of safety. But still, without it, the winds are certainly physically harsher, the muted glare of the triple suns more acerbic. And in the absence of this shield, the tears step up. All of you. You need to, and you want to. You offer additional support, protection, security for the residents of the garden. You keep watch beyond these walls for threats both perceptual and mundane. And now with the engine hooked up to the shuttle starts to light up, vibrating and sputtering and groaning into the night. And construction begins to hurtle toward a finale. And it is amidst all of this that we pan across the hustle and bustle of the shuttle, of the engine, of the tears of you, Zinnia, and Yinghe, and we find Lumira. How do you pitch in over the course of this week?
Lumira does exactly what she told Zinnia. She gives back, but not in the way that she had been before. Over-eager, falsely trying to portray this aura of strength, toughness, hardened, embroiled, trying to be Seinen, trying to, even if she doesn't really want to admit it, be Azel. She just shows up as Lumira. And in that, without chronergy, she is putting her blood, sweat, and tears into building this place and where it needs to be to help. So she makes rounds, finds some proteges that worked with Dr. Wu and is teaching them different stitching techniques and sutures and ties, about different herbs and medicines and things that you can create with what you find in the wild to help make a poultice or alleviate pain. She helps gather materials, assists with archiving everything, speaking to Dr. Wu and Saral and a bunch of the other tiers to collect what is in the living remnants of Keseki. Tungal didn't get this. It was gone before anyone was even able to realize that this was something that needed to be done, so most of Tungal was lost to oblivion and time. She's not letting that happen, Nikiseki. Not as she has breath in her body. So that's how she shows up. 100% Lumira.
This week, you show up not as a version of Zainin Ash or Azalis Raid, but as yourself. As Lumira Ashinyobi Oshupaferon. Sayir, over the course of this week, where do we find you?
He is doing what Sayer does best. Lifting heavy things and putting them back down. And that's what he does. I think in these moments we see Sayer helping to hold up a gear bar so that all the gears may be aligned together. He's just in that almost squat position, holding that bar up and doing what Sayer does best.
You put your body on the line, but not in an uninterrogated way, not in a way where you just mindlessly do it, where you hold everything inside. No, you put your body in the line in a way that you know you want to, in a way that you are able to offer, in a way that sings in your soul. You put things up, you pick things up, you put them down. And the pace of your own work picks up with Samishi's community-wide pronouncement about the shuttle project, and even more people around you are assisting, and each hour sees additional significant progress made on the skeleton of this shuttle until, of course, the flesh and the bones are added and the engine comes in, the beating heart, the gleaming chassis. And you, by yourself, you are easily able to perform the work of 2, 3, 4 other fully grown adults just on your own. You are quite literally built different, and you put that to work.
Artemis's
Amidst the
training was
hustle.
good for many things.
Amidst the hustle and the bustle, Sayer, of course, there is also the question and the matter of Bug. When do you try to carve time out of your day to find it?
Sayer's been trying to find Bug, I think, this whole time since he's come back. He's tried every usual way of crossing paths with Bug or Bug approaching him. And I think he's just not been successful.
Not for lack of
Until-
trying. And you suspect it is not simply a stroke of random chance, chaos, or fate. It's because Bug doesn't want to be found. It is particularly and suspiciously very, very good at not being seen when it doesn't want to be, even by your hunter's eyes. So it is several days in that you are finally able to make headway and find it.
I'd be almost impressed if it didn't hurt. Where do I find them?
Far away from everyone else. In a secluded, isolated area, a patch of dusty dirt, not by where the kids are playing, not by the shuttle site, not by the sleeping hutches, not by the community center, not by the greenhouse. In fact, on the opposite side of the main gate, far to the north of the garden, in the shadow of the northern wall, close to where the main structure of the Erebor estate used to be, but now has been requisitioned for simply being a supply and storage unit. You see them in the shade of this place. They're not looking at you as you finally find them, very easily overlooked. It is only Nose Mama that gives it away. You see her huge horn peeking out from behind a large storage shack. You could hear her
And Sayer approaches slowly, and I think at first he was sure of himself. We see the slow, sure-footedness as he's approaching, arm already outstretched. maybe to touch their shoulder, their head, their face. I think Sayer's thinking about him, what they would have wanted. The many times Sayer's felt alone, felt abandoned, felt rejected. All he really ever wanted was someone to sit right next to him, hold him a little bit longer, and just let him know that it's fine. And I think maybe 2 steps away from when he would reach that hand out to touch Bug's head, stops. As he thinks about every time he has been thinking of his mentors. How they did not approach him in that way, possibly because they didn't know that that's what he wanted nor needed. He didn't know that's what he wanted or needed. It's only now that he realizes it. So he learns. He pulls his hand back, crosses his legs, and sits right next to Bug instead. He pulls out that block of wood with that knife, whittles away at it. Hey, Cricket.
Bug's back is turned to you. They're sitting in the dirt and using their hand to kind of just scuff at the earth, clawing at it like an animal might, to sharpen its claws. You can see your monk's spade leaning against Nose Mama, looking like it hasn't been used much. Its gaze is not on it at all. And when you call it Cricket and talk to it, it just says without looking at you, I want to talk to you.
I know you don't. I know that I'm probably just making things worse. But
Yeah,
it doesn't
you
stop
are.
the fact. It doesn't stop the fact that I owe you answers and the truth.
Whatever. You owe me answers and the truth. Could have said it before you left. I don't care now. I don't care anymore. Do whatever you want.
Then I will. I should have told you before I left. I should have known everything that this would cost. And I knew that my team needed me. And I wish I could sit here and I could tell you that I will never make that choice again. But that's not true. That is a lie. Sometimes my team is going to need me and I will be away from you. Sometimes fate and circumstance might pull me in a different direction from you and I will not be here. But that doesn't mean that in that choice, even though I would make it because it is necessary, that I didn't hurt you. I did. And I'm sorry.
Well, if you're just gonna be gone, then you should just leave. Because if you're... When you're gone, you're gone. There's nothing left of you. So why should I even care that you're here anyway? Because you're just gonna leave eventually, right? Everyone leaves eventually. I'm not just some kid. I know what happens. People die. People lie, they leave you, and then they die. Even if they don't want to leave you, they're just gonna die, so... What does it even matter?
Why does it matter? And Sayer thinks about that, really. He holds that question in his mind. Why does it matter? And he continues to carve at the face in that piece of wood. And he thinks about it for a little longer before he thinks, I don't think that's true. I don't think people are ever gone, erased completely. Even if they're sucked into nothing, oblivion, the void, whatever you want to call her. I don't think that's true. I lost my sister.
What are you talking about?
I lost my sister. She vanished into nothing. And she vanished into nothing. And even then, I still hold her. Even when she vanished into nothing, I still have her. I'm her twin. I have her memories. I have her wishes, her dreams, her story, her love, my love for her. I don't have my mentor here, but every single day I do things, I think of her. I think of what they've ever told me. And I carry it now and I carry it forever. Even when I think it's complicated. But I don't think that's true, Cricket. I don't think people just disappear. Even if I'm not here, by fate, by circumstance, by death, by whatever, I still love you. You are my first mentee. You are brilliant, and I care about you deeply. Even if I'm not here, my love for you remains. My lessons to you remain. That love, the lessons, they're there. Whether you deny them or not. Fuck. But I think you get to decide. No, you do decide. If you want it. If you choose it. You're going to take it up and carry it with you. And as Sayer says this, he stops whittling at that piece of wood. And he puts it onto the ground. And it is a carving of Bug. Bug's face. A bust of them. And the knife that he had made, forged in the days while they were working on the shuttle, he sheaths it and places it right next to that block of wood.
Ever since you mentioned your sister, Bug had gone very quiet, their backs still to you. And there is a sense of, above the anger now, suffusing it, wrapping its arms around it, a sense of contemplation. The anger is still there, of course, it hasn't dissipated. You can feel it, taut and heavy. They're still upset, but it isn't shouting or exploding outward at you anymore. Then when they speak to you again, it is with that same angry teenage petulance as earlier, but there's also something underneath what they say that betrays that they're truly thinking over everything you just revealed, and you know they just need time. They need time to sit on it and think with it. But something you said had stopped them in their tracks and resonated with them. And the thing Bug says to you is, whatever.
Love you, Cricket. And Sayer will stand up, leave those items there, and gift Bug the time it deserves.
Bug does not pick up the knife or the statue, but they don't push them away either. And now, Zynon, we find you amidst the passage of these next few days, this next week. How do you pitch in and help the people of the garden, the people of Keseki?
My name is Zanin Esh, son of Sorna and Ija Esh. I am from Haruna Valley, and I believed for a long time that I was the lone survivor of this world. I thought my home, this beautiful world, Keseki, was gone for 10 years. We see Zynon talking to a small group of people, not looking at a piece of paper, but looking them in the eyes. But not just looking at them, looking around them, past them, sort of everywhere. He's been busy talking to people. And here it is now on the edge of oblivion. What a gift to stand here in the dirt of our ancestors. And, yeah, oblivion will take this. All of this. What I would have grieved for 10 years will be true very soon. And it will be gone. But Keseki won't be. He takes time with groups, with individuals, people who are struggling to figure out what to do. But also, it makes it so much easier because Zynon Esh has remembered to hold the ghosts. The ones that spoke with a clear clarion voice from a dead man. And he is also speaking to them, asking them to come with us. Ghosts weigh nothing. They don't take up seats on a shuttle. And if we carry them with us, our ancestors are not the dirt that we buried them in. They are in the stars that shine a light for us in the dark. I respect those whose path ends in that vast nothing. I thought I would one day lay beneath the old twisted tree where I buried my parents and my daughter. In the valley my ancestors cultivated it, where any of my joys were born. I just ask that we love those that are staying here to sing our songs until the dirt, the stones, the mountains, the air of our home is gone. And if you choose to stay, we will take you with us, and Keseki will not be gone. We will take the songs with us, and Keseki will not be gone. We will release fireflies under a different sky for all of you and for everyone that we lost. And Keseki will not be gone. And we will endure.
The ghosts of Keseki are everywhere. Translucent spirits of people you've never seen before in your life, but whom you also know in a way that transcends language, transcends time and death. Creatures, too. bounding through walls, flying through the air, lying lazily in patches of grass and sunlight that no longer exist. But the memories linger. The echoes are here. Now that you've opened your eyes and are looking, you can see them. And they see you too, they always have. Everyone who's ever lived and died here, they're here. And that includes Sunrise. You see them around Zinnia, hovering by her as she helps Libra, hovering by her as she gives instruction to Yinghe as she picks up pieces of the hull and welds them into place. You see Cherry, Sochi, Juniper. And Cherry can't see them in the same way that Ozzel can't, in the same way that no one else in this place can except for you, but you know Zinnia can feel them. And you're right, Zainanesh. Your ancestors, they're not bound to the dirt. They never have been. They live in the stars. Their true home is the Apis Fayumi system itself, in the constellations that gleam beyond the grasp of mortal hands. And all they need to make their way back to the beginningless start of that great wheel of life and death. All they need is a guide, a psychopomp, a fellow ghost to show them the right way home. And you, as a dead man walking, straddling both worlds, the world of the living and the dead, you soothe the living with your words, and you guide the dead with your actions. Not just the ghosts of people, mortals, and creatures, but the earth itself, awakening the moisture that used to live in the dirt, the lakes that no longer exist, the salt of the ocean, the rush of wind through leaves and trees, the cawing of raptors, cotton candy clouds across a gem-toned sky. And you find your way to Saral. She sits, places a tape recorder between the two of you, and clicks it on.
Zynon speaks the story that he's told mechanically to archivists. He's grieved it to lovers. But what he tells Saral in his own voice, but through him, the voice of his parents, their parents, his partners, his daughter, the raptors, the stones, the twisted old tree. He speaks them all for Saral. He leaves the worst parts for the dust to eat. But he makes sure that in there he sings the love of the lodestar studding.
And as you speak, and you share your story, and you leave nothing behind. Not even the hard parts, not even the painful parts, but folding the grief and the love together in the same hand. You see around Saral so many ghosts. For she carries their memories, their stories, in the same way that she now carries yours. And just like Zinnia, just like Ozzel, just like every other living mortal here, she can't see them. She isn't even really haunted by them in the same way that Ozzel and Zinnia are, but there is a warmth to Saral's smile as she listens to your stories, the good, the bad, and the ugly, as she writes down notes in her journal. A warmth in her smile, as though she can feel them anyway. And through this, you live on. And we're going to end the session there. Thank you all so much for tuning in to the penultimate episode of Arc 4. I cannot believe it. It's what? Okay, before we get to that, we're gonna do some outroductions. Oh my goodness. Starting with our incredible guest star for the evening, Dare Hickman.
Dog, I'm fucking wiped. Hi, hey, hello, everybody. My name is Dare, pronouns she, they, they, and it. I am the resident trans femme puppy princess over here. If you like what I do, you can find me pretty much anywhere at Dare to Dream RPG. That is DARE, the number 2, DREAM RPG. If you like lesbians and movies, and lesbians talking about movies, highly recommend you check out my podcast, Sapphics at the Cinema, with my lovely partner in the chat, Quintastic. Some people may say we're married. Not yet. Anyway, you can listen to us pretty much anywhere if you look up Sapphics at the Cinema. And I will throw it over to Val.
Hiya, folks. I'm Valiant Dorian. I use him, his pronouns. That is my dog you hear growling just off camera. He also uses he, him, his pronouns. You can find me all across the internet at Valiant Dorian or also Spirit Bear. Please enjoy that lovely treasure hunt I just set you on. And tonight I had the distinct pleasure of playing Sair, who uses he, they pronouns. And yeah, if you enjoy me and all my stuff, please enjoy all of my streaming on my Twitch channel. And I'm going to be moving to the States soon. So if you'd like to support me, keep an eye out on my socials for that. So yeah, I'm very excited for that. Passing it over to the amazing, fabulous Kai.
Hi everyone, I'm still Kai, unfortunately for all of you. Haha! You can find me everywhere as Estella Vimladris, where I'm a TTRPG performer, game designer. My streaming is currently on hold because I've been working! But to be continued soon. But first, just so grateful for this arc and this story and for all of you. And thanks for coming on this journey with us. I'm gonna pass it over to Sam.
Hello, everyone. I am Samstar. Using she, they, and the occasional they pronouns, I've played Lumira. You can follow me more specifically where the butterflies do fly blue at Lust for Life X. Take us home, boss.
It's me, Boss Baby, taking us home. Oh my goodness, I of course have been Connie Chong, pronounced like he, she, your game master. Also pronounced game master. Oh my goodness. What an episode. Before we do our usual outro spiel that I do, I just want to remind everyone that there are 5 days left on the Force of Extinction backer kit, which means that it's gonna end before the next time we stream, which is why I want to do a special shout out for it. If you haven't backed it already, I highly recommend, if you have 30, I think it's in pounds, so 30 pounds or USD sitting around and you have that expendable income, I highly recommend backing it. It's super cool, such a great system, truly so much fun, and it would support one of our incredible sponsors, 12-Sided Studios, and also, just be a really great gift to give yourself or to a friend. And if you have a ton of expendable income sitting around, you can pledge to one of their special tiers where you get to play a session with me. A one-shot, you and up to three of your friends. I will run a bespoke one-shot for you, a remote session. Session 0 is included. We're going to do care gen, all that really great stuff, and it will be tailored exactly to everything that you might want. So highly recommend checking that out if you've got some moolah lying around, because I understand.
Have you ever been personally victimized by Connie Chong and you wanted to get your ass beat just like we have? This is the time to do it.
Ever want to be buffeted by fiberglass for fun?
Yay!
Do you want to see a creature?
Yes,
yeah,
I will
correct.
make a creature just for you. I will make a special Connie critter just for you that preys on your deepest fears and queerest desires. If you want to get a little fruity, we get a little fruity. Yes. If you want to cry, if you want to get your feelings hurt, if you want to feel something, if you want to feel alive, and have a cathartic experience, and you have money, consider pledging to that tier. And just sorry. I'm playing with me. Anyway, okay, Sia's telling me to wrap up. Sia is doing the thing. To cease and desist. Okay.
Cease and desist.
I'm sorry.
The best part is the captions.
Anyway, regardless, check it out.
Connie
Go to
never kisses the
bit.ly/.
brick first, Lena.
Trans FOE live. Trans FOE live. Yes, go check it out. And speaking of things drawing to an end, we are almost at the end of Arc 4. Can you believe it? Because I can't. That means there's one stream left. One stream left. We are chugging ahead right at the end. That's right. We are streaming the freaking finale of Arc 4 next week. That's right. Next fucking weekend, Saturday, July 18th at 8 p.m. US Eastern Time, right here on Twitch and YouTube Live. Now is the time to get your friends and family to tune in. If they've never watched Transplaner before, fuck it. Tell them to sit in and enjoy what's going on. Get your friends, get your family, tell them to come. Everyone is invited to the party. It's a big popcorn party. We're gonna, lots of popcorn. It's gonna be great. In the meantime, you can support our show by joining our Patreon, joining and participating in our Discord server, making fan works if you are so inspired, posting about Transplaner on Blue Sky, See Is Losing Their Mind, Instagram or Tumblr, rating our podcast, buying merch from our merch store, and most importantly, telling someone else about the channel. Your now no longer estranged ex, your
Connie.
half remember. Okay, I'll stop. Okay, your friends,
parakeet.
your family, your home,
Your parakeet.
what? Your barista, your dog, your cat, your horse, your parakeet, or the ghost of your parakeet. Thank you all so much, Transplaners. We are going to see you next Saturday, July 18th, at 8 p.m. US Eastern Time for the finale, the grand finale stream of Arc 4. Okay, C's telling me to go. Okay, in the meantime, we're gonna be rating something really awesome.
I'm sitting here just watching C in the background like...
Thank you all so much for joining us.
Have a great night.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for joining us.
Love y'all.
We're gonna be rating
See you
something really
next week.
awesome. See you next week. Love you all. Shbijo, bijo.